Итак. Так и должно быть. Да странно, что нет звуков от того, что переключается. Ну ладно. Так, субтитры же включены. Да. Это, наверное, мне не нужно. Окей. Я знаю, что есть ремастерит, но у меня его нет. Вот. И поэтому играем в оригинал, и я слышал, что он даже по-своему лучше, чем ремастер получился. Вот и посмотрим, так ли это. Я раньше не проходил ни разу его, да, и там есть типа стендалон дополнение, да, American Nightmare. В него тоже особо не играл в свое время. Так что это первое прохождение. Посмотрим, как оно пойдет. Решил вот пройти накануне выхода второй части. И если успеем, может быть, еще и DLC в контроле пройдем. Интересно, что там. Ладненько, давайте начинать. Кошмарный недоступен, поэтому на нормальную. Пойдем.
Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and it's what we'll remember in the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've always had a vivid imagination, but this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream.
Окей, он понимает, что это сон. Хорошо.
Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason, I couldn't remember. I'd been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there. I'd seen the hitchhiker too late.
Да нифига себе, автостопщик посреди дороги стал.
He was
Не
dead.
похож он на автостопщика.
I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again.
Автостопщик. Ну, конечно.
Suddenly, his body was gone.
Окей.
I was in shock from the crash. I could hardly stay on my feet.
Нет, конечно. Блин, кто-то вообще выбирает инвертировать? Может, это на случай, если в игре почему-то он инвертировал? У меня пару раз, наверное, за всю жизнь было так, что в игре почему-то по умолчанию инвертировано было, и как раз вот подобное мне помогло исправить все.
I had to go to the lighthouse. I
Но
knew
в
there was
целом
something
это странная
important waiting
штука.
for me there.
Как и в целом наличие инверсии в играх.
The bridge had collapsed. I'd have to find another way to the lighthouse.
Yeah. Ну, управление на самом деле вроде приятное. О. Это я? Ну, похож, на самом деле. Ну, может, и не я. Да.
You don't even recognize me, do you, Ryder? You think you're God? You think you can just make up stuff? Play with people's lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama? You're in this story now, and I'll make sentence in your books if it wasn't for your editor. You'll never publish another one of your shitty stories, 'cause I'm gonna kill you. It's not like your story's already good. Not like they have any artistic merit. You're a lousy writer. Cheap thrills and pretentious shit. That's all you're good for. Just look at me. Look at your work.
Баланс. А в смысле? Алан Вейк. Ясно. Ну, вроде не гонятся за ней, так что ладно. Плохо прыжок, конечно.
You missed your deadline. Damn.
Shift.
You can't stop me.
Заката.
I realized that the hitchhiker was a character from the story I've been working on.
Окей.
How does it feel to die by the hands of your own creation?
Ого. Блин, ну, наверное, сквозь стены какие-нибудь, да? Смысла особо оглядываться нет. Ох ж ё-моё. Мужик, ты кто? Ладно.
Inside now! Oh no! Stop! No! Damn it, die! No! No! No!
Блин, лицо такое у Алана.
Trapped. There was no way out.
О, это актер, который Макса Пейна в первой части, да? Похож. Не знаю, мне кажется, что это он. Это же Ремиди, да? Какого хрена?
Was a death trap. I had to get out.
Тут что-то вообще можно сделать? Воу-воу-воу.
Follow the light.
You are hurt. You should go into the light. You are only safe there.
Килится на свету, я понял. Так, интересно.
Well done. I have something important to tell you. It goes like this. For he did not know that beyond the lake he called home lies a deeper, darker ocean green, where waves are both wilder and more serene. To its ports I've been. To its ports I've been. Do you understand?
Я ничего не понял.
Follow my light.
Кто-то что-то понял, я ничего не понял.
teach you. The darkness is dangerous. It's sleeping now. When it feels you coming, it will wake up. There's no time. I can only show you the most important thing. The hitchhiker has been taken over by the dark presence. You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from all harm. Only light can drive the darkness away and make him vulnerable again. Here, take the light.
Так.
Turn your flashlight toward him and burn the darkness away.
Блин, ну долго он как-то...
You did it. Now the darkness no longer protects him, but it's still inside, controlling him. He can't be saved. He's still a threat. He is still your enemy. Here, take the gun.
Now you'll die.
Блин, прицел, конечно, интересно сделан.
Good. You've done well. Remember what I've taught you. That is all. I will give you back your dream now.
Что вообще, что за
A
НЛО?
terrible darkness was taking over the world. The lighthouse was the last safe place on Earth.
Какого? Блин, прикольно.
You made me this way, and now I'm
Свалился? Ну, почти. Ладно.
This is it, witch!
Тихо, тихо, тихо. Смотрите. От обычного свечения, интересно, они получают вот этот вот урон света? Непонятно.
Just like
О, хорошо. Не, выглядит как будто носится. Блин, я вроде нажал его вернуться. Ладно. Ладно. Че, побежали? Такое ощущение, что они тут бесконечно.
I could keep
Там
this up.
Alan Wake опять написан. Я понял. Пипец. Это чё? Термос с кофе. Ок. Капец. Что происходит? Я понял, что это сон, но, блин.
He's here. Alan, wake up. Shh, baby. Baby, just another nightmare. Everything's fine. You dozed off.
Right. Anything more than dozed off would be news for everyone.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here.
Ну, анимация лиц, конечно. Куда-то приплыли, да? Или плывем? Вот этот вот титр, он в самой игре или это так, для игрока? Как в Prey, в перезапуске
Let's act like we're on
Prey.
vacation. Go stand next to that old gentleman there. I want a shot of you with the town in the background.
Sure. I'll even give you a title for the shot. A city boy, moments before he got eaten by a bear. Hi.
Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Deerfest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
You have a lovely wife. If you don't mind me saying. I'm Pat Maine, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Здрасте.
I'm Alan Wake.
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station. Any chance I could get an interview?
Look, Mr. Maine, I'm on vacation. In fact, I'd appreciate it if we could keep my being here just between the two of us. I'm sure you understand.
Fair enough. You can trust me to be discreet. Not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you two have a lovely holiday.
Ок. Что там написано?
Very nice. I got a couple of really good ones. And I see you made a friend. That's cute.
Right. Yeah?
Hey, bestseller, how's my favorite writer? Are you there yet?
Barry. Yeah. We just got here.
Are the locals giving you trouble? Just say the word and I'll hop on a plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Great, great. Just want to make sure you can relax and recharge. So, how is the place? Has it gotten your creative juices flowing?
Barry, we're just settling in.
Okay, Al. I'll call back later to make sure you're doing okay. And
Вообще
you
ни
call
минуты
me if
покоя,
there's a
да?
problem, okay? Okay. I'm just looking out for you, buddy. Talk to you later.
I love you too, Barry.
You know he's going to be calling you every 5 minutes.
Barry is Barry. I can always turn off the phone.
What did I tell you?
Text message from Barry. He says hi to you too.
О, олень.
Alan, we're here. Come on, let's get back to the car. We need to stop at the local diner to get the cabin key from the landlord, a Mr. Carl Stuckey. He's waiting for us. I'll go fill her up while you get the key. I'll pick you up here in, say, 15 minutes.
Sure.
Ладненько.
Alan, thank you for coming here with me.
I love you too. Go on. I'll promise to behave. I'd forgotten there were still places like this. Towns where everybody knew everybody.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake. Alan Wake. Oh, God! I am your biggest fan. I know people say that all the time, but I really am.
I'm glad to hear that.
Rose.
Rose, I'm looking for Mr. Stuckey. Carl Stuckey?
Carl? Of course, Mr. Wake. He must have gone to visit the restroom. He'll be back in a moment. I can't believe it.
Интересно.
I've got all your books. I got the cutout from the bookstore when they took it out of the window.
And you keep it here. Well, okay. Good for you.
Очень странно.
Right. So much for
Try the coffee.
vacation.
Just don't blame me when you fall in love. 'cause it'll break your heart when you have to leave.
Rusty here is no longer human. Nothing but black coffee under a thin layer of skin.
Yeah, that makes
Я
two
вижу, что
of
там
us.
что-то мигает.
Do me a favor, Sonny. I could really use a tune right now. Coconut, number 6 in the jukebox. I'd
Мужик,
do it
тебе 2
myself,
шага
but
сделать, ты
both of my
серьезно?
legs have gone to sleep.
Как ты домой
Bad
собрался дойти?
circulation. Yeah. Are you serious? Coconut again? You disgust me. Call yourself a rocker. Unbelievable. It does that. Get stuck. Yeah, you need to give it a good solid whack. You put
Okay.
the lime in the coconut, drink them both up. Now that's what I'm talking about, yes! This is it. I've died and gone to hell.
А, это хорошая песня. Квентин Тарантино любит эту песню. Так.
Don't go in there, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
I think I can handle it, ma'am.
Да,
I
вы
didn't want to
серьезно?
wait. I wanted to find
You don't
Stucky,
wanna die,
to get the
do
key
you?
and get out as soon as
Worse.
possible. The waitress was giving me a headache.
He
Overeager
didn't
fans
listen.
always did.
Are you staying long, Mr. Wake? I can't believe it. I'm
Oh,
having a
Rosa,
conversation with Alan
Should
Wake.
change the bulb. This is what happens when you get sloppy.
Ну, конечно, нагнетает.
Hello? Mr. Stucky?
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife. I insist.
Ни разу не криповая
Thanks.
тетенька. Ну ладно, так не очень криповая. Может, я хочу в туалет
Cauldron
просто.
Lake is a special place. Very inspiring.
Ну ладно.
You got lucky this time, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark. This really ought to be fixed.
Even that sounds better than your singing.
Are you alright?
The Andersons, they're, local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Ладно. Блин, плакат как будто с игры вот это вот хантинг какой-нибудь 2008.
Mission accomplished. The key and the directions.
My hero. I got some flashlights, just in case.
Просто как... Спасибо.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
Ладно.
That diner was a real nut house.
И куда мы собрались в таком случае?
Can you believe this place? This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice. I'll figure it out when we get back home. Okay?
Okay. We can talk about this later.
Batman here on PBFF.
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bury my head in sand.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years. Not since my last book.
Ну, тут хорошая музыка.
Be a clear night, so you folks in the big city might want to look up every once in a while, see those stars winking down at you. It gets pretty dark out here, but they'll light your way.
Да? Ютуб, не ругайся.
Wow. It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right. Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark. And I've got the flashlight.
I know. I'm okay.
Alice had a phobia. The fear of darkness. I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on
Вот
before
почему она
sunset.
фонарики взяла. Хорошо, понятно. Логично. Все тут. Bird Leg Cabin. Прикольно здесь. Не свалилось, хорошо. Казалось. Казалось.
The island had once been the site for a love story. Maybe it would be that again.
TZ, BZ, BI, да? Или TZ плюс B.
An old generator had been connected to the power cable.
Запустили генератор. Мне почему-то флешбеки к Дарквуду.
Alice had told me about Cauldron Lake Lodge. The old building used to be a hotel, but these days it was no longer open to the public.
Okay, I'll look around a bit.
Sure thing. Have fun.
О, спасибо, игра, что не подгоняешь. Хотел я сказать, но игра у меня отняла управление. Спасибо.
I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work. I thought we could be happy here.
Уже что-то как будто поменялось. Как будто час прошел, а то и 2 в игре. Интересно. Наверное, так и надо, чтобы потемнело. Да. Подвал. Буду знать, что тут есть подвал. Пойдем.
Alice? Honey?
Ну, допустим. Что это?
A shoebox filled with books by Thomas Zane sat on the shelf. I'd never heard of him before.
Томас Зейн, TZ. TZ, который написан на этом пеньке.
The Deerfest guests have already started to arrive. Just ran into one on the ferry. Famous artist, no less. Let's see if we can rope him into an interview later on. Now let's go to the phones. Caller, you're on KBF-FM.
Hi, Pat. It's Rose.
Why, hello, Rose. What's on your mind?
I know who that famous artist was. It was Alan Wake, wasn't it? He's my favorite writer.
Well, Rose, I
just saw him at the diner. Oh,
Спалили.
I'm sure he's glad to be here, too. Well, folks, I guess the secret's out. This is Pat Maine on KBF-FM. And now some music.
Great. So much for keeping a low profile. The old door had played a trick on me. Alice wouldn't have come out in the dark.
Я не ее ищу, я просто осматриваюсь.
The water was black. I couldn't help but imagine all sorts of horrors lurking in the depths below.
Ага, не люблю темную воду. Странная какая-то мелодия. Ладно. Что за термос кофе? Это, наверное, расходник какой-то или коллекционка. О, сюрприз. Интересно. Так. Ой, не интересно. Если это ее штаны.
Surprise!
Alice? What is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past.
Damn it, Alice, everyone
Hey, hey, just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists.
So now you want to get me committed?
No, it's not like that. That's not...
Whoa.
Alan? Alan?
Just don't! I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice! God damn it!
Что это
I
было?
knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark. I needed some time alone to think things through.
Что это было? Жуть какая.
Damn it. Alice? Alice?
Да, твою ж налево.
Alice! The cabin had gone dark. All the lights were out. Alice, I'm coming!
Воу. Какого?
What the hell?
По звуку они где-то... К чего?
Alice? Alice?
А на деле окажется, что просто генератор помер.
Oh, no.
Ну прыгай, что ты смотришь?
Keep going. Wake up.
Alice?
Интересно, а можно в самом начале в той кофейне просто сидеть, ждать 15 минут или сколько там, и дождаться мужика?
I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice. The phone was dead. I'd have to find help on foot.
Чего? Интересно, где это мы?
Among Alice's things was a book, The Creator's Dilemma, by a Dr. Emil Hartman. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't
Знакомое
like it,
лицо.
and I didn't like the guy's smug face on the cover either. The gas station was my best bet. They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike through the forest to get there.
Ну, как бы да.
Damn.
Да, это нас занесло.
Hello?
А, как ярко.
Hello? Is someone there? The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night.
Кайф.
Departure by Alan Wake. The man turned to face me. His face was covered in shadows. It was hard to make him out in the darkness of the forest that surrounded us, but the axe he lifted was plain to see. It glistened with the blood of his victim. He grinned madly. The shadows were alive, distorting his features.
Ага. Ладно. Не хочу читать в голос, чтобы не говорить одновременно с озвучкой.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident.
Я уверен, вы справитесь. Да, правильно со мной в этот раз.
The lights up ahead were a good sign. Maybe I wouldn't have to hike all the way down to the
Ого,
gas
там
station
яркость.
to find a phone.
Это... По дереву. С такой камерой не очень удобно, конечно, такое делать.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident. Hey!
О,
Hey, you! Phil! There's been an accident. I need help. Listen,
Deposit.
I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in
Nightfall.
Oh, hell.
Carl Stuckey.
Pleased
To meet you. Non-refundable
reservation
deposit required. Fair and square.
and square.
Пипец. Я бы на месте Алана не пошел бы туда.
The Taken stood before me. It was impossible to focus on it, as if it stood in a blind spot caused by a brain tumor and eye disease. It was bleeding shadows like ink underwater, like a cloud of blood from a shark bite. I was terrified. I squeezed the flashlight like my life depended on it, willing it to stop coming any closer. Suddenly something gave, and the light seemed to shine brighter.
Мне дадут фонарик? У меня нет фонарика. Фига себе паркур. Ныряй отсюда.
I had to figure a way out of this. Any second now, and Stuckey would be knocking on the door with his axe like Nicholson in The Shining.
Как серьезно, отсюда к сиянию прямая. Серьезно, прям как Джек Николсон. Сияние. Понял. Я решил не шутить здесь. Потому что слишком очевидно было, но прям намеренно было.
I wasn't about to open the door, as long as I was liable to catch an axe with my forehead.
One stone. You can see the sights.
Yes.
And keep those cholesterol levels.
Hello?
Кайф.
This is bad.
Серьезно. Дверь откройте. Жесть. Серьезно. Вот чего-чего, этого я не ожидал. Ладно.
More of them. the concussion. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me sick. Eerie hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it.
Это должно быть что-то мощное. Ага, надо искать вот такие пятна, да? Так понимаю, это какая-нибудь секреточка. Интересно. И окружение интерактивное. Прикольно.
The dark forest was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice. I had to get to the gas station.
Идем. Ну, теперь я вооружен. В бочку можно выстрелить? Ах ты ж. Ладненько. Там проход, а здесь тоже что-то есть. Страница рукописи. Роуз мечтает об Уэйке.
Rose knew she had been gushing, but right now she didn't care. As far as she was concerned, her brief meeting with Alan Wake was literally the high point of her life. She watched as he got in the car with his wife. She was pretty, confident, at ease with Wake. Not like Rose. They were perfect for each other. She'd have given anything to be called their friend.
Роуз — это официантка из кафе. Правильно помню. Так. Вроде ничего. Какой неприятный звук. Блин, я испугался тени. Какой тени? Вот этой вот, которая от этой ветки падает на камень. Вот так бежишь, как будто, знаете, что-то приближается. Неприятно.
When I saw the river below, something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water.
Если посмотрю, то что? Какая-то она... Ладно, не будем смотреть на воду, и правда. О, там какое-то свечение. Будто от полицейской мигалки, что ли. Ну, похоже же, да? Наверное, про то, что на воду смотреть не хотелось, это к тому, что лучше в нее не падать. Согласен.
Barry Wheeler was bouncing off the walls. He jumped on a plane after his calls were ignored by both Al and Alice for several days. It could mean that they were both on a second honeymoon. But Barry didn't buy it. Al had been way too unstable for that. Not sleeping, messed up. Barry had years of experience dealing with Alan Wake, and he couldn't
Барри
ignore it.
приедет? Это спойлеры из будущего? Или... Ладно. Справа кто-то? Слышите звуки справа?
Stucky was still out there, in the dark, stalking me.
Блин, а сколько я могу этих батареек, например, накопить? Такое ощущение, что... Наверное, штук 15-20. Иначе было бы слишком много. Посмотрим. Постараюсь себя с собой не тратить батарейки. Они чем-то на мобов из Remnant from Ashes похожи. Тоже время от времени кидается всяким. О, стрелочка. Интересно. Да? Секретик какой-то.
Taken. They're taken.
The taken are filled with dark. Taken одержимые, да, то есть наполнены тьмой. Я правильно перевел. Моё... А, это от надписи. Блин, будто дыхание. Ок. Пойдем.
The staircase was broken. I had to make my way up some other way.
Что же это за путь такое? Да, батареек 20 максимум. Да, даже 20, наверное, многовато. Может, на харде поменьше можно носить с собой, или их поменьше дают просто. И врагам нужно больше. Но мы этого не узнаем, потому что хард заблокирован при первом прохождении. Ты один? О, ты вообще не один. Слышь. Понял? Блин, неприятно. Не хотелось, чтобы они меня окружили. Что не совсем до экономии этой батарейки было.
With all this forestry equipment around, there had to be something I could use to reach the top.
Так, и что это дает? Danger, hard head area. Я пропустил? Блин. Уэйка атаковали
I
птицы.
heard them before I saw them, swooping down from the sky and screeching as they came. I spun around just as the cloud was upon me. For an instant, I stared into 100 dead eyes, black pearls glittering in the darkness. I raised the flashlight and the swarm exploded like fireworks. Feathers burned, turned into ash. I couldn't hear my scream above theirs.
Найс. Это я удачно зашел. Правда, всего 2 выстрела. Но 2 выстрела лучше, чем 0. Я считаю. Мгм. Мне, наверное, попозже, да, сюда нужно будет? Ау. Хорошо. Пока что не особо сложно. А просто показаны ВАСД, я думал, может еще какие-то направления ее дергать, но только вправо. Наверное, право-лево. Я должен был это сделать. Это как когда идешь в игре, видишь карточный домик, ты должен его сломать. Обязан. Это опень.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you are probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, take a moment. Step outside for a spell and breathe in deep. The weather is absolutely still. The sky is crystal clear. It's like the forest is quietly breathing along with you. As you listeners know, I'm a night owl, and it's on nights like this I wish I wasn't cooped up in the studio. Makes an old man like me wish I could just roam wild. But here I am, and don't keep you company all night long if I weren't. It looks like I'm not the only one staying up late. Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, Pat, it's Maurice Horton.
Hello, Maurice. What are you up to?
Well, I was just taking Toby on his walkies.
Oh, isn't it beautiful out there?
Sure, but Pat, the reason I called is that Toby heard something rustling in the undergrowth and took off after it, and I couldn't find it.
Probably a rabbit.
Sure. Toby loves rabbits.
Well, sure.
Anyway, I figured that, you know, if anyone runs into Toby, they could grab him. My number's on his collar.
And Toby's a friendly dog?
Toby loves people. Usually he comes back, but we were pretty far from home, and it sounds like he went pretty wild there. Great dog, but
Блин, мне ж не придется песика застрелить.
Well, Maurice, it's out there now. Hope Toby comes home soon.
Yeah, thanks, Pat.
You have a good night now.
Понятно. Давайте без убийства песелей. Пожалуйста. Ведь все можем этого избежать, правда? О, еще.
At first, I kept finding the pages as if by accident. The book I couldn't remember was either a terrible and true prophecy or an act of creation that had rewritten the world. I began to hunt the pages feverishly, for they held the answer to the mystery. With it, I could save myself. With it, I could save Alice.
Как долго из них выходить? Может, просто F5 можно нажать, чтобы проверить?
The gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no contest. Monster dog.
Где ты?
Second best. The famous dog is.
Блин, что за... Ах ты ж... Ага, можно не перезаряжать. Выполнить зрелищное уклонение. Ну, не сказал бы, что оно прям зрелищное. Окей. Ладно, дробовик ваншотит, понял. Что там? Save Heaven. Опять. Что такое? Ладно, я понял, здесь лучше надолго не оставаться. Капец, не просто из ниоткуда. Надо бежать. Бежать на свет. Это батарея, страница. Быстрей, быстрей. Телевизор без
I
колонки.
stepped into the gas station's garage. It was dark and quiet. The place was a mess. It looked like someone trashed the place or that there'd been some kind of fight. Light spilled into the room through an open door at the back, and I made my way toward it. Without any warning, I was blinded by a bright light. An old portable TV on the shelf had come alive by itself. Impossibly, I could see myself on the screen, talking like a madman.
Мне, кстати, нравится, как они из ниоткуда вспомнятся. Да?
Salad, no. A man like me needs a Epstein. That's for the day.
Серьезно? Погнали. Хотя... Ну, ракетница прикольная, кстати. Уэйк лжет шериф.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? She asked. The sheriff looked at me suspiciously. The early morning light flooded through the office windows. I would probably never have gotten out of the woods alive without her help. But I couldn't tell her the truth of what I'd faced the previous night. She'd think I was lying or crazy. She'd lock me up, and she wouldn't help me find Alice.
Так, я на пару минут отойду. Окей, я тут. Ага. А внутрь можно зайти? Ага. батареек у нас полно, да?
Science. It bestows immortality on those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a quantum suicide. If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous man to change the script. Having called a press conference, Dr. Barclay Colvin is about to demonstrate that very courage.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute. Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real experiment, known as a quantum suicide.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
Please, stay calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, two new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did. With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes, of course, but that's completely trivial. There's an infinite number of things that could happen at any moment, and they always do happen somewhere. The point is, this one thing did not happen here.
Серьезно?
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality.
Ожидаемо, но... Я не ждал, что это настолько тупо будет.
Filled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses. Perhaps he should have left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. In Night Springs.
Окей. Блин, ну... У этих разрывов всегда были прикольные ТВ-шоу такие вот. В Максах Пейнах. Прикольно, что они и здесь этим занимаются. О, сейчас попру, да? А зачем я это выключил? По мне это дало. Просто только этих бочек мне интересно, можно их вообще взорвать? Ладно. Раз что покажется бесконечные патроны, надо было проверить. Так, где этот стаки? О, это он. Ах ты ж. Быстрее. Блин, местное прицеливание, конечно, еще такое своеобразное. Ого. Что-то новенькое. Во-первых, это... Ого. О, попался. О, блин, какой неприятный дядька. И вообще можно разобраться здесь? Вот попался. Какой крепкий, а? Хо-хо-хо. Познакомьтесь с одним из местных. Надеюсь, таких будет поменьше за всю игру. Криповые. Ребятки. Или к нему можно было от него сбежать? Думаю, кажется, что я живых людей убивал все это. Вот это будет поворот, конечно.
After the insanity I had just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting. At least for a moment, the sane world reasserted itself.
Так, что тут? Одержимость
Stucky
стаки.
spat on the garage floor and tried to shake the cobwebs from his head. Ever since the couple never showed to pick up the keys, things had been fuzzy. Something, a feeling caught his attention. Stucky looked up and stared as his brain tried in vain to process the horror before him. He stumbled back, knocking over a can of oil. A black pool spread across the floor while he struggled for a brief moment, then let go as the unrelenting darkness engulfed him.
А ну-ка. Блин, мне так долго выходить из этого меню. Реально передышка. Надеюсь, что так.
I had to get inside the gas station to find a phone to call for help. The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now. The garage was a mess. It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight.
Я это уже читал в сценарии. Ах.
I'll keep writing. Outside there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her, I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy. Was I losing my mind?
Можно это открыть? Так, ну ладно. Телефон. Телефон я вижу. Так, что еще есть? 68-й ежегодный день оленя с 15 по 18 сентября. Игры и развлечения, лотереи, соревнования рыбаков, конкурс пирогов и неожиданные состязания. Живая музыка. Для детей. Кривозубый Чарли днем и невиданная мистическая фантасмагория Монтгомери вечером. Не пропустите легендарный парад на День оленя. Ничего. Даже странно, что тут пусто.
Great Falls Sheriff Station.
Thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker, you are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen. I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake, not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
Ладно. Я так понимаю, смысла читать записки нет, да. Хотя, ой, шарм в этом есть какой-то. Что у них с лицами? Капец. Серьезно?
I came to Bright Falls with my wife, Alice.
Thank you for coming here with me. I thought maybe you could write here.
I don't want to hear it! God damn it, Alice!
Now, she's missing.
Alice? Alice?
I woke up behind the wheel of a crashed car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at. But the cabin had disappeared.
Honey, I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
Окей.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up.
Кофе, да.
Coffee's
Об
on.
этом.
Great.
Буря.
Thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this
Нежная,
by
я так
tomorrow.
понимаю. Милая квартирка.
Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
On occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
Oh, really?
Well, you seemed to think so last night.
Макеты, обложки. Где? Я что? Это странно, конечно. Виды Нью-Йорка в Нью-Йорке. Интересно, что там? У QR-кода. За пистолета.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time.
It's true what they say about the fall and the sudden stop at the end. I'd lain here in the snow while the lurid chain of scenes that had led me here kept playing in my head. A rerun of my own private snuff movie. A memory of my corpse. Alone at my own wake. Thinking in metaphors again. The femme fatale was gone. Only a sour taste remained of the kiss that killed me. This was a late goodbye.
13 years after I'd gotten my revenge, it had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers and leisurely dripped down to the sewer, mingling with the bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now.
Это у меня.
My wife and my baby. Honey, I'm...
Да. Продолжим.
Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called. Alan? Alan, please check the fuse box.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
Как-то не прям сразу здесь. Открытые.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay. Hi.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... Especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
Миленько.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it.
Рыба, что?
Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Doc Nelson was the image of a small-town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had called him to the station to take a look at the cut in my head.
Он сорвался с рыбалки. Ясно. Здрасте.
Thank you for testing the lights, Miss Weaver. Everything seems to be fine.
I don't have the luxury of being complacent, Deputy Grant. The bulbs will need changing soon. You can't change them in the dark.
I'll be sure to take care of it, Miss Weaver. Have a nice day now.
Very good.
Это бабулька.
I'll come back later on to remind
Такое
you,
ощущение, что
just in
она
case.
что-то знает. Так.
Alice looked through the viewfinder, lining up the shot. Cauldron Lake was breathtaking. Something caught her eye. A figure standing in the shadows behind the cabin, like a thin woman in a black dress. She lowered the camera and looked again. No one there. Just a collection of bushes that looked vaguely human-shaped. She shook her head and laughed.
Yeah, it's Mulligan here. I'm at Stucky's gas station with Thornton. There's no sign of him. Over.
Wait. Yeah, this is Thornton. Look, we've located the parade float. It's here. That's some good news, right? Stucky was supposed to be driving it at the rehearsals today. Over.
Oh, give me that. Mulligan here. Looks like someone really thrashed the garage. Over.
Okay, roger that, guys. Keep looking for Stucky. Jane's out.
Mr. Wake, the sheriff is waiting for you in her office down the corridor.
Я знаю, спасибо. Котик пропал. Разыскивается мужчина, пропал без вести 20-го. Да? Видны признаки, мастер побеждать в состязаниях. Чего? Может, это какой-то фанат? Ричард Баух, Брюс Данский, Джейкоб Миллер не вернулись во время туристического похода и не выходят на связь. Если вы их видели и вам известно их местонахождение, позвоните по номеру. Спасибо.
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
О, спасибо.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak. Midnight. Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
Какого? Ну, ладно. Блин, это, конечно, подозрительно.
Wait, can I help you with anything?
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor.
Hey, mister! Hey, can you turn the lights on? The deputies, they don't understand. They won't listen to me. Thank you, man, thank you. Hey, you're all right. You're a good guy. Don't let anybody tell you different. You
Что у
know,
вас тут
I
происходит?
shouldn't even be in here. The cops, they got it all wrong. See, sure, I beat him up, but I wasn't drunk. I mean, I wasn't drunk at the time. I only got drunk afterward. Okay, listen. You gotta listen carefully now. Here's the kicker. That wasn't Danny.
Пришелец.
No, sir. It only looked like him. You wanna know who it really was? I'll tell you who it really was. It was a goddamn space alien!
Space alien.
I know it sounds like something a drunk would say, but believe me, I wasn't drunk then.
Угу. Ясненько.
I told him, oh yeah, well I don't hear where on your feet.
Мгм. Ладно, удачи тебе. Я там понял. Темная сущность
In spite of
закусочная.
its human mask, to describe the dark presence as intelligent would have implied human qualities on something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain. Horrible as it was, the writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power. The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, go through the fence on the left.
On the left — это там, да? Где деревянная ограда? Не. On the left пройти. А вот.
The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the police station. There was something for me in an abandoned car. Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
Ладно.
The kidnapper fired his gun one last time, and the shadow vanished into the darkness it had come from. See? Nothing to it, Wake. The thought of Alice in his hands was revolting. We stood on the wooden platform of Lover's Peak, the waterfall on the mountain behind us, the lights of the radio mast blinking red in the heights above. I fought with the urge to take a swing, force myself to speak. Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
Где тут выйти можно? Я совсем понял. Да. Понимаю. Ну, больше всего бросается в глаза вот эта штука. А, смотрите, блин. Все, видите?
Barry?
Ow! Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. Oh, I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Al, what the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
Ладно. Надеюсь, мужик в порядке. Whoa.
A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not...
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Whoa.
Oh my!
Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move. Get your hands off of my client.
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
Yes.
What the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
Что это за Джойс
I
мафия?
had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him.
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault.
Okay.
She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan. She even has a fan site dedicated to you. And she was very helpful when I was looking for you. Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy and his body
Wait
just
here.
disappeared?
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure.
Кривая зубы Чарли.
Are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week, and someone's got Alice.
Do you
And everything's just...
understand what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm. Seriously, Al, you can't just
Wait
go
here.
and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster.
Держи.
I think this is the form you wanted. And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Ты что, все ключи с собой носишь?
Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too.
You gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
Нельзя залутать аптечку, ну
Trying to pull a
блин.
joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha ha, let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now. Look, Al, you're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with too long tangled up sleeves, and eating a healthy diet of pills. Al, you make cruel jokes about people who believe that kind of stuff. You're the skeptic. You gave me an hour-long lecture on homeopathy last month. What was it? If there's no proof, it's pure bullshit. Period.
Guess the laugh's on me then.
Al, come on! I mean, okay. Okay, maybe something weird happened to you, okay?
Well, thanks for the heartfelt vote of confidence.
All I'm saying is you gotta throw me a bone here, bestseller. What would you think if it was me? There's no way you should be going out at midnight with a gun.
No one asked you to come here, Barry. Either work with me on this or go straight back to New York. Your choice.
That's just crazy talk, Al. Al? Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her! This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. You're my best friend and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Да что ж ты расчихался-то?
Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be deliverance all over again.
Bless you.
Oh, this place is trying to kill me. I'll bet there's mold in here, spores, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so not worth a 15% commission.
То есть мы опять без оружия, да? Нет, пожалуй, оставлю. Учитывая, с чем мы тут имеем дело, не оставлю.
I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al.
Ага.
Locking the door now.
Конечно. Как скажешь. О. Не знаю, что они дают, но скорее всего просто коллекционки. Иначе уже давно бы мне сказали что-то на этот счет. А, у меня есть ствол. Все, без вопросов. Откуда он у меня?
Barry had never gotten along with Alice, but he knew Alan loved her with an almost frightening intensity. And now something had happened to Alice. And here was Al armed with a gun and saying things people got put in padded cells for. It was as if his friend had experienced a massive psychotic episode and was now totally disconnected from reality. It scared the shit out of Barry.
Вот так прикольно, когда оно не спойлерит то, что будет впереди, а когда оно с другой стороны как-то объясняет.
I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
Ну ок, посмотрим все. Просто ворона. О. Какой неприятный звук, а.
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own Dr. Nelson has just parked his rear end in the studio. Doc, what's your Deerfest plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seem to manage. No plan, really. Just taking the atmosphere. I'm getting a little too rickety to do much more than that, you know.
Oh, tell me about it. No sack race for us older gentlemen, huh?
Yes, exactly, Pat. But I'm gonna check out
Who's
the
that?
parade, of course. And I'll be one of the pie contest judges, too.
Это мои шаги были или...
Well, that takes a different kind of constitution.
Слышали?
Oh, yeah. It's my kind of exercise.
Now, Doc, seriously, you're in pretty good shape, though. You're the outdoors type. I know for a fact you're an avid fisherman.
That's right. Matter of fact, just caught a heck of a largemouth bass early this morning.
But you're not taking part in the fishing contest?
No, not this year. See, Pat, I'm just not that competitive anymore. Now I just like to take my time and enjoy the peace of it. It's no fun if I need to worry about what I'm catching, you know?
Considering your track record, the participants are probably pretty happy you feel that way.
Well, Pat, that's kind of you to say.
Ладно. Что за звуки такие? Реально, как будто шаги какие-то слышал. Может, это мои, но они как-то не совсем одновременно со мной звучали, по-моему. Что такое? Опять. Ну, осмотрим все, что тут есть. Мне интересно. Атмосферненько так. Воу. Что тут произошло?
Crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are
Кровь.
impossible to punish, especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode: The Man in the Mirror.
He's inside, Agent. He's a weird one.
So, you're confessing to killing that guy, huh? Why?
Had it coming?
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, you're a nice guy. Normal. Took a kid to a soccer game. So how come at the game, you pick a guy and, quoting from the arresting officer's report here, assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the weapon of choice being a pair of bare fists? Wow, that sentence really flows, huh? Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you mess him up. But why? Who was that guy? We couldn't ID him. Why would a guy like you do him like that?
I didn't like his face?
Well, you must have hated it, because you really went to town there. I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him either.
That must be difficult.
But then we ran the fingerprints. Got a match. Your prints. Identical.
Да.
Huh, how about that?
Your son said you were wearing a white shirt when you took him to the game. But the white shirt is on the dead guy.
It's plenty red now.
You won't get away with this.
Do you really think that's in any way relevant to me? I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right? You think he's ever gonna be okay? I left my mark. Believe me.
You bastard.
What? You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will. Don't worry. Maybe you'll see me again, Agent. Maybe in the mirror.
Воу. Что за... Или я тут... Я не знаю, я не обращал внимания на вот эти частички. Они тут были все это время или... Кто-то вино разлил. Окей. Ловерс Пик. Телефон. Не кормить диких животных. Штраф 100 баксов.
Rose knew that Rusty was in love with her, and she liked him too. She liked him a lot. He taught her to dance, and life had certainly taught her the value of a man who was gentle. He treated her well, made her smile, made her feel good. But Rusty wasn't the prince of her dreams, and that tended to underline the unbearable truth. She was no closer to that Hollywood magic than he was.
Вот так вот. Расти это... Я отвлекся и забыл.
The air in the visitor center was heavy with an awful smell, as if some rotten drowned thing had crawled up from its grave. Rusty kept coughing blood. My eyes were drawn to the twisted shape of his broken leg. The attack had been vicious. Max whined in his cage. Rusty's eyes were wild with fear and terror. He gasped.
Мужичок, который дал нам
It
ключи.
happened just the way it was on that page.
О. Кстати, странно, что мы стайки встретили, учитывая, что сам Алан с ними встречался.
The vision left me weak. This was no head injury.
Rusty, hang on! I'm coming! Please, help me!
Какого...
Help me! Can you hear me? Anyone? Hello? Please, help! Back here!
Ау.
Mr. Wake? Oh, hell. It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back.
Да, ты уже
Whoever
держись.
did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened.
Весель, ты как там?
Good boy.
О. Ау. Какого?
The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on.
Страница.
The visitor center was sturdy, but the impact turned the front of the building into splinters. Rusty was thrown across the lobby like a rag doll and hit the far wall hard. It didn't hurt until he tried to move and saw his leg bend the wrong way, felt the broken rib stabbing him on the inside. Rusty howled in pain and fear, suddenly afraid to die alone.
Вот про эту страницу он говорил. Так, ну, допустим.
At the last instant, I changed direction and threw myself down. The axe splintered the trunk of a tree. I stumbled into the pool of bright light. My lungs burned. I was too exhausted to move. I tensed as I waited for the killing blow, but it never came. I raised my head. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond. For the moment, bathed in the cold light.
Не люблю спойлеры, но тут это сделано, конечно, интересно.
I was too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on.
О, нет.
Rusty! Rusty! The ground was covered with broken patches that looked like liquid darkness.
Just need hunting licenses.
Какие? Где он?
Something had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
О, пёсель.
Please don't feed the animals.
Fishing is only permitted for those visitors who purchase a park.
О, нет, это Расти. Где-то.
At all times.
О, нет.
Rusty, no! Never! Two bears and wolves never approach any other wildlife closer than...
Блин, неприятно. Вот эти противники. Быстрее, быстрее, быстрее восстанавливайся. Блин, это помню, понадобилось 4 или 6 выстрелов в дробовику. Окей. Оказать неповиновение рейнджеру, ачивка. Ой, не попал. Хорошо, можно не полностью зарядить револьвер. Ух. Блин, мы же пришли жену спасать. Что началось-то? Ладно. Да, мыши-мыши.
What the hell was that? I saw it from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it.
Да, что-то мне кажется, это не особо поможет.
In that last instant of consciousness, Rusty thought about Rose. He was older than she was. Rose was barely out of her teens, but she made him feel young and forget what a train wreck his long-dead marriage had been. He still wore the ring. He'd been waiting for her to tell him to take it off. Now she never would.
Жалко этого добряка, конечно. Ваша безопасность... для вашей безопасности стойте... Короче, оставайтесь на помеченном пути, да.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
Я куда-то не сюда. А, тут секреточка. Хорошо. Муншайн, Киев. О, дробовик. Это я удачно пришел к вам. Найти 5 спрятанных ящиков, очевочка. Слышали шаги? Это не мои, я остановился на какое-то время. Крипово. Ну, естественно. Ох, ты ж со всех сторон. Ах ты ж. Так, может, я там что-то не увидел? Угу. Картинка, кстати, симпатичная. Казалось, что этот куст — это человек. Ладно, пойдем. Интересно, а дадут, ну, помимо ракетницы, конечно, какой-нибудь более мощный фонарик или что-то такое?
Nobody in Bright Falls seemed to know where Al was, but Rose, the waitress at the diner, had seen him. From what Barry could tell, Al pretty much fell off the face of the earth when he left the diner. Rose was just the kind of fan that Al hated, but she really tried to help. She was smart too, knew a lot about what was going on in the town, knew a lot about Al, even knew who Barry was. Barry liked her. That was no big surprise. When it came to women, Barry and Al rarely saw eye to eye.
Давайте, а. Мишка. Привет, Мишка. Может, и хорошо, что я с ними не встретился. Воу, что это? Ого. Ты кто такой? Воу. Черт, валим. вернулся. Блин, а что это был за первый паренек? Как-то... Я думал, они исчезли, а они просто ушли. Ясненько. Блин, патронов не так уж и много, кстати. И дробовик не так хорош, как мне показалось. Потому что из него не очень удобно стрелять на самом-то деле. Шли нафиг. Ах ты ж. О, нет. Блин, с этой камерой и с местной стрельбой реально встреча с противниками не самое приятное событие. Потому что часто ты, когда в хорроре получаешь оружие, так ну все, хана вам. Я буду всех разваливать. Но тут местные условности, они делают как раз сложнее это. Ну, это играть на атмосферу и чувствую себя более беспомощным. Интересно, я туда спущусь или я там уже был? Сверху непонятно.
I turned the corner, afraid of what the flashlight's beam might reveal. Suddenly, a roughly painted symbol of a torch glowed in the light. Behind it, hidden by a rock, sat a battered metal trunk. It was here for a reason, packed with supplies, batteries, flares, ammo, things you need to make it through the darkness of the night. Something left behind by someone who knew what I knew, and more.
Это секретки. Осторожно, медведь. Давайте без медведей, пожалуйста. Так, ну стелса тут нет, поэтому просто получше позицию взять. Воу. Что-то новенькое. Черт. Блин. Когда жмешь Shift, и он уклоняется, да? Он какое-то время не очень хорошо управляется. Ну и плюс местная камера. защищен, да, от света? О. Как-то напряжно уже, честно говоря. Патронов почти не осталось. Может, реально иногда стоит просто сбегать? И игра так и не хочет мне ничего давать. Типа 3-4 я еще смогу победить. Вот интересно, кстати, что ты не можешь прям 100% надеяться на вот такие фонари, потому что любой из них может спокойно потухнуть. Стоп, или я мог там пройти? Интересно. Дерево, с которого был сделан этот срез, начал расти в 846 году, в год подписания Орегонского соглашения. Причисленные знаменательные события отмечены на кольцах. Прикольно. Текстурки бы получше, чтобы разглядеть. Так, а что, я могу сюда зайти? Да нет. Ладно, зато кофе нашли. Ну, прикольно, что здесь фонарик влетен в интерфейс. Если бы еще сверху, справа и слева тоже было пусто, и можно было как-то в интерфейс ввести, да, чтобы ты мог там хп свое определять. Почему-то в целом.
Come on, we gotta get moving. More of them coming. That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares will keep the bastards away.
Да, но они не бесконечны.
You can see them too? Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move.
Why?
Because that's the way the story goes.
Yeah, but...
Let's move!
I lost my gun back there.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake! You better keep up.
Да. Давай, давай, давай. Хорош.
Lover's Peak. Right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake. Are you kidding?
Так
Give me the gun. No time for back talk. Hold them off, damn it. Just a little longer. Scare them off. Get some light on those bastards. That'll hold them off us. Just a little longer. I almost got it. Okay, it's open. Move it a little.
Давай, 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 пойдем.
Like that, boy? Oh, you feeling better now, Wake? All cozy and safe.
Ладно.
Better get ready.
Так,
They'll
ну
be on us
фаеры
soon.
это прикольно. Это полезно.
This is it, Wake. Our last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming. Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming! That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake. Get some! Ah, damn it! I know this hurts. That's right. You just scream, goddammit! Die already, die!
Я хочу кофе забрать. И я вряд ли все собрал. Этот парнишка сзади что-то там. Хорош.
I got your number, boy. This is a piece of cake, Wake. Monster! Stop fighting me!
Ого. Давай, давай, давай. Чуть-чуть.
That's right. You just keep coming. Die already, die!
Да просто стреляй. Меньше болтай, больше стреляй. Ах ты ж. Ух, еле отбились.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her at all.
Серьезно. как-то быстро. Быстро приоритет сил изменился.
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
He had
Что
Alice,
такое?
and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move. On more than one occasion, Alice had tried to explain to me how it felt to be afraid of the dark. To her, darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, but something more tangible than that. It was something you could touch and feel. Worse than that, it was something with a mind of its own, something malicious and malign. For her, things changed when they were wrapped in darkness. They turned into something else, something foreign, and nothing was safe or innocent anymore. I'd never really understood what she meant, until now.
До этого мы еще ничего такого прям не видели, по-моему. Батарейки, кстати, заканчиваются. Так, там кто-то крался куда-то. И чё?
Kristen warned me about these traps. I wouldn't want to get caught in one of them. Those teeth look nasty.
Наверное, можно в них загнать противника. Потому что, ну, стрелять я в них вот так не хочу их. Можно же просто обойти. Но, скорее всего, можно использовать их в свою пользу. Ничего себе их тут. Это прям постарался. Что мне не нравится, это то, что из-за того, что они блестят, можно какую-нибудь блестяшку полезную пропустить. Думаю, что это капкан. О, батарейки. Найти 25 страниц рукописи.
Sarah didn't care about the legal threats Wake's agent had made. She let Wake go without argument, because there was something about him she couldn't quite put her finger on, something that reminded her of her father. She didn't think Wake would hurt his wife. Then she thought about the way he waded into Hartman, that hair-trigger rage flaring up without warning.
Сара — это шериф, да? Или куда-то туда. Это слишком тихо, что ли? Вы думаете, на меня впервые пытаются напасть чувачки в спортивных костюмах? Вы ошибаетесь. Надо сваливать отсюда, наверное. Воу. Что это за крик был? Где я вообще? Я бегу просто по радару, честно говоря. Я думал, меня послышалось. Сзади никого. Окей. А, я думал, он помер, а у него просто тьма сошла. Ок. Ух, ну ладно, хоть начали давать ресурсов. Тогда это было, конечно, неспокойно без этого. Я бы сказал, даже очень неспокойно.
The night had been one desperate situation after another. I was exhausted, and my body felt as though it had been chewed up and spat out. The flashlight was heavy in my hand, and each pull of the trigger sent a painful shock up my arm. But I was finally out of the woods, and things were looking up. That's when I heard the chainsaw.
Кайф. Что за бензопила, вы чё? О, охотничье ружье, это что-то новенькое. Надо попробовать. Интересно они, конечно, показали эти капканы и все. Больше их нет. Блин, неплохо. Прям очень даже. Воу. О, привет, Экс. Да, играю за сурва с фонариком. Привет. Как твои делюшки, где пропадаешь? БДО и ХНК фармишь, понял. Ладно, начало. Сколько накопил уже в ХНК? А, вон куда мне. Я думал, мне прям налево. Ты один тут? Конечно же. Ладно, с мелочью еще разбираюсь, более-менее. Зарядить винтовку. Винтовка неплохая. Нравится. А я вот решил все-таки Алана пройти. Думаю, за пару стримов успею. Надеюсь, по крайней мере. Вот. Ау. Больно было. Ну да, Я это не проходил ни разу. Интересно. А потом можно будет и контрол пройти. Мне в свое время, когда я проходил контрол, то он понравился. Но я проходил без DLC. Вот, так что интересно будет перепройти.
The logging site was a mess. The modular office had been pushed off the cliff. Deputy Thornton climbed up from the wreckage excited, breathing hard from the exertion. Nobody there. It's weird. Don't you think that's weird? Bored, Mulligan let out a mighty snort. Hell, it's always weird, Thornton. Just a question of sorting out what kind of weird it is this time around.
Ну, играется эта игра, кстати, интересно. Благодаря тому, что ты типа целишься фонариком. И вот местные... Благодаря местной боевке и камере. Интересно. Воу! Так, все нормально, живой. Не разбился. Я думал, мне надо на верхушку, а надо было просто дождаться. Поторопился, в общем.
When Barry saw the darkness attack the visitor center, it made him a believer. The men Al said he'd shot, they hadn't been just locals on crank. Somehow the world had changed, like the channel had been switched without warning. You think you're watching a sitcom, and you're really watching a horror show. When the birds started attacking the cabin, Barry wasn't surprised, just terrified.
Ау. Я увидел фаер и такой, моё. И не увидел опасности. Ау. Прям в глаза. Вроде норм. Ей вообще в норм, я смотрю. Ощущение, что я сейчас уйду, и оно окончательно обвалится. Я так понял, выстрел в голову тут не особо решает на самом деле. Там дробовик или ружье? Не надо. Была страничка.
Shadows stirred and the wind picked up as I ran through the forest. I felt the dark presence turning its gaze toward me. Then the moonlight was blotted out by dark shadows that raced violently across the ground, moving too swiftly to be natural. Darkness gathered between the trees and melted again to reveal the Taken. No natural path had brought them here.
Не, они прикольно появляются, эти одержимые. Если они вроде как спавнятся, да, возле тебя, но они так под такими углами появляются, что... Ну, так и задумано. Хорошо, их расставили и... Не выбивает из атмосферы. Наоборот, играет мне. Просто идешь, и, ну, тут никого нет, да, и он такой, оп, заспавнился за деревом и вышел оттуда. Так и должен. Так. Один. Ох ты ж. Да ты. Спокойно. Надо экономить патроны винтовки. Мне просто было интересно, со скольки вот этих здоровяков можно убить винтовкой. Я даже не особо расстроен, что я выбрал все-таки Алана, а не Резидент. Ну, то есть Резидента мы пройдем обязательно. Тут тоже такой своеобразный выживалка. Это вторая глава. Так что, да. Ну и как бы я только сегодня начал проходить. Ох ты ж ё. Серьезно. Давай не надо, а, мужик? Давай, 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 давай. Капец, 8 патронов. Чем не 4-й резик? А, да. Я и не играл ни в 1.4, типа ни в оригинал, ни в ремейк, но из того, что я видел, кстати, да, там зомбаки вроде как бросаются тоже всяким оружием. Очень похоже на местных. Elderwood National Park. Мыши. Столько отсылок к Сиянию, к Хичкоку. Тарантино по-своему.
I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
Okay. Ладно, они вроде как не атакуют. А тут упоминался Стивен Кинг. И еще кто-то. По-моему, цитата была какая-то Стивена Кинга. То есть тут прям вот прямые, знаешь, не намеки, а прямые отсылки. То есть там за мной мужик с топором гнался, там тоже топором начал рубить дверь, и он такой, блин. И он начал рубить дверь как Джек из Сияния. Я такой, блин. Я тоже это хотел сказать. Nightingale стреляет у Уэйка.
The FBI agent's command froze me in place. I considered surrender. It was all falling apart anyway. I could give in, let someone else deal with it. But it felt all wrong. Call it instinct. his posture, the way he held the gun. He was no friend. Shots ringing in my ears, I leaped for the hole in the fence and stumbled into the darkness
Ну
beyond.
еще такие вот ассоциации с другими играми этого разработчика, то есть с Максами Пейнами и прочим.
I had to find the key to the garage.
Тут еще заходишь в какие-нибудь вот такие места и, блин, постоянно какие-нибудь стрёмные звуки и прочее. А почему там закрыто?
I needed the garage key to get to the car.
Непонятно. Эрик?
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
Кажется, он аж перегрелся. Ну, ожидаемо было, на самом деле. Если бы я не ткнулся в ту дверцу, я бы больше испугался, наверное. Единственное, странно, что он был в кепке. Ведь возле ключа была кепка. Я так понимаю, это тот, чей мы ключ взяли. Да? Ну, может, там рандомная моделька спаунится. Что, прям дадут пародить? Интересно. Ну вот этого я не особо ожидал, на самом деле. Физика, конечно, а-ля State of Decay первый. А, можно... Тут нет подсказки насчет того, что можно ярче светить, но можно. Но зачем, если можно проехать? Ну, я так понимаю, вот тут стендалон DLC, там American Nightmare, насколько я помню, там типа какая-то выживалка в открытом мире по Alan Wake. Вот, видимо, там это хорошо используется. Все? Я так понимаю, я тут не пройду. Какие прелестные звуки.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
Ну как бы да, но... Зачем его тратить, а? С другой стороны, у меня уже отобрали один раз все, что у меня было. Может, и не стоит прям копить. Видел, как он исчез? Я такой на свет зашел, и они такие, оп, до свидания. Но на самом деле они где-то там и есть.
It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
It's not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife.
Ну, тут вроде все более-менее
Yes, yes, I get it.
тихо. Хотя мне вроде не сюда, мне вроде как туда. А здесь я уже бывал. Да, я тут радио слушал. Ого. Ого.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
Ладно, давайте осмотримся. А можно в эту сесть? Нет, нельзя. Стало просто интересно. Я бы создал себе какую-нибудь безопасную зону из фонариков этой машины.
Al! Al, I am so glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I blocked the chimney. This isn't normal. These birds are weird.
Да, я заметил, что они необычные. Может, на них реально потратить ракетницу одну? Как-то недолго просто. Без паники. Батарейка не так много. Да, им пофигу. Но попробовать я должен был. А, я застрял. Два фейра осталось, кстати. Это нехорошо. Он, даже если не фокусировать, наносит немного урона всегда. Так что лучше с ним бесплатно не сводить. Да сколько ж вас еще? Ты там живой?
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Ага. Ладно. Я тут решил пирожок съесть, пока они все болтают, и вот эти вот все эндинги, опенинги проходят. Зато мы все это выслушали. Не знаю, просто похож мне на Билла Мюррея, и все. Лодка? Чего?
Yeah, how about that? It was there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky. But it would take a tornado to lift something like that.
Ого.
We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers.
С утра. И думаю, оно долго лежит. Это что-то новенькое у них. О, кофе.
Come on, mister. I'll take you to Rose's trailer.
А знаю я. Но там же кофе.
It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag. Comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Ну, та тетенька что-то знает, это точно. Да и пьянчушка тот в тюрьме тоже что-то знал. Мне показалось. Ты же сказал, что ты трейлер. Это трейлер?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Не очень похоже на трейлер, но кто я такой, чтобы спорить, да? В моем понимании трейлер это типа трейлер прям. Колесами там, прочим. Ну да, дом на колесах.
Oh dear, Mr. Wake, I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh yes, yes. Please come in.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry, She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al? Al, what's... Oh.
Подмешала что-то.
Barry! What? What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started.
Криповая бабулька.
I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Здрасте. Не, постановка классная. И вкрапление живых актеров. Даже...
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jacker. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it. Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper.
Скорее не фильм, а сериал. Где по вот этим перебивкам, типа, между эпизодами. Больше на сериал.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you. A nice day. Come back soon.
Бедняжка. Но кто сказал, что сериал не может быть как хороший фильм? Я когда смотрел «Во все тяжкие», например, вот у меня как раз ощущение под конец было, что я именно фильм посмотрел, а не сериал.
Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station.
Ну, фонарик надо раздобыть.
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. But I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hey, hi, it's Walt Snyder.
What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I am the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been drinking either, you know?
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
Это тот алкаш из тюрьмы?
Yeah. Well, you know, he's, Daddy's my best friend, and, they let me on bail today. And now I'm just alone here at the window, waiting. Man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. Something's gonna happen. I think I better go.
Well, Walt, maybe...
No, thanks, Pat.
Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
How can I be sure that you will walk away?
Окей. А, тут вот тоже можно было выйти. Они, конечно, затянуты немного, но по-своему атмосферу свою дают. Разговоры и вставки в телевизорах. Так, все нормально.
You're gonna get it now. God knows what you've done to that poor girl. This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest. You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Slane!
Ну, это как-то очень рискованно.
What are you? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
Зачем?
I hated to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Ага. Понял. Элси, нет, даже нельзя присесть. Так, ну допустим.
Okay, men, keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it this way.
Oh, damn.
Ох ты ж. Блин, мы до этого искали свет, а теперь мы от него прячемся. Вот. Внезапно все поменялось.
He's gone. Come on, guys. We need to head him off.
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain. It dreamed of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the writer on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
Интересно. Сущность, которая ищет талантливых писателей. Прикольно. Воу. Блин, ни фонарика, ни пистолета. Что-то блестит. По-любому тут есть ачивка за то, что соберешь всю рукопись, но у меня довольно
Rose didn't
мало
know how the strange old lady got in her trailer,
собрано.
and she looked wrong somehow. The woman showed her teeth in an approximation of a smile and traced a finger down Rose's cheek. Pretty girl, she said. Rose felt as if she was falling asleep, but her knees didn't buckle. The crone spoke in a whisper, her words ice cold and dark in Rose's ear.
Ладно, пойдем. Я так понимаю, сейчас опять дичь начнется. Я вот уже говорил, картинка тут неплохо выглядит, на самом деле. То есть текстурки, да, так себе, но в остальном очень даже неплохо все. А, и анимации лицевые тоже ужасные. Что это? Как будто я в Вальхейме что-то копал. Странная ямка. Капец.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
Чего? Что тут машина делает? Откуда тут эта машина? Вертолет.
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run. Freeze!
О. Да. А я уж подумал, что они смогли отбиться благодаря своим прожекторам. И что тут можно интересное увидеть? Есть какие-нибудь секретки? Текстурки там, конечно, вдалеке. Миленько, конечно. О, 25 термосов нашел.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over.
Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, what are you... Come on! Sit down and give me that. James, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over. We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, if you know what I mean. Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over. Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The, Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over. Oh, yeah, I'll bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
Ясненько.
I could see the lights at the radio station in the distance.
Ну да. Ну типа оно там что-то пытается прорисоваться. Напоминаю, что у меня до сих пор даже фонарика нет. И это не очень.
I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine. Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light.
Ну это да.
There was no power to the searchlight.
А как мне его запитать? А, генератор. Реально, я суров из ДБД, вон, хожу, попадаю в скилл-чеки, заводя генератора. Свечу противникам в глаза фонариком.
The old generator conked out. I'd have to see if I could fix it and try again.
А он только временно. А, пнуть надо? Почему не голову? Вот, это интересно. Все. Закончился. Жуткие деревца, конечно. Опять. Ну, хоть фонарик дали наконец-то. Чисто одержимые двери, балдеж. О, еще одна полицейская машина.
They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Team 1, come in. Over. Team 1, this is Sheriff Breaker. Report. Over.
Так, а у той машины, у одной из машин был 47 номер, а у этой 49. Верю. Мне просто интересно стало, они одну и ту же модельку используют или разные нарисовали? Да не буду я жать. И вот теперь буду. Месси. Бежу. А еще тут орешек можно прожимать.
And here's another call. You're on KBFFM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10-15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
Well, I'm certainly going to give the station a call, Milt.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Okay, thanks.
Окей. Кстати, механика фонарика в целом прикольно работает. Я вот уже говорю, что будет тут больше частей интерфейса включено именно в игру, как в Dead Space. Это бы еще больше на атмосферу играло. Но даже вот прицел с фонариком прикольно сделан. Воу. Держите. Дарю. Ох ты ж. А, блин, тут тоже 149. Что-то не номер машины, конечно. Хотя вроде должен быть номер машины. Ладно, там есть свет. Ау! Странно, что меня не слепят этими флешками. По идее, должно. Я, кстати, так бегу. Воу. И столько всего по-любому пропускаю. Воу. Спокойно.
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Листочки, например, пропускаю. Я уверен, там целая, блин, папка лежит в лесу. Интересно. Вот там мужичок. Живой. Не зомби.
Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in. Folks, I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview.
Come on in, Mr. Wake.
Привет.
Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him.
Он какой-то психованный.
There's a civilian in there.
Блин, какой-то психованный ФБРец. О, Лавкрафт.
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine. Nightingale stared through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. "Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you?" Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation.
Что же эту неделю произошло, что за мной так этот Найтингейл гонится? Вряд ли это просто так. Пилимся, живем. О, пистолет. Хорошо. Мне кажется, это куда выгоднее, чем с ними сначала разбираться. Так, мне налево, но тут есть путь направо. Я, кстати, давненько секреток не находил. Воу! Выполнить зрелищное уклонение 20 раз. Таньте. Мне интересно, что тут наверху. Брысь. Здесь радар мне показывает, что мне вообще в другую сторону. Ну зачем-то же они сделали этот проход. Может тут ракетница будет какая-нибудь или еще что. Или записочка интересная. Надеюсь, она достаточно интересная, чтобы мне было потом не лень возвращаться обратно весь этот путь. Но об этом потом. А может, я случайно сюда пришел, а потом окажется, что мне сюда... Так, надеюсь, не только. Что мне сюда потом надо будет идти по сюжету. Кстати, выглядит именно так, потому что наше внимание на эту радиовышку изначально прям фокусировали. Поверю в свои детективные чуйки и вернусь. С надеждой, что я туда еще приду. А если нет, значит нет. Ну я и так далековато от основного пути прошел. И это не похоже на просто маленькое ответвление. Воу. Хо-хо-хо. Nice.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
Ну ок. Это же хорошо. Я так считаю. О, разрядился. The darkness controls... А, тьма контролирует одержимых. Но мы это знаем. Где? Я по привычке нажму правую кнопку, чтобы целиться. Хотя тут это не так много смысла имеет. Оп, отбились. Блин, это было неприятно, конечно. Но у нас все еще есть дробовик. На свету ты можешь им навредить. Ну, или можешь их ранить. Написано. Такое ощущение, что это обучение. Надо в третьей главе или такие, блин, ну мы же не сделали обучение, давайте обучение введем. Хотя тут есть обучение, что самое забавное. Самая первая миссия это как раз обучение.
The bulldozer's engine roared to life. Mud and rocks flew as it fought for traction. It crashed through the concrete wall and landed heavily in the yard. If it were an animal, it would have shaken its head after the impact, fixed its eyes on me, and charged. Of course, it had no head, nor eyes. Shadows crawled on its form, twisting it into a monster. Then, it came for me.
А мне сюда. Ты думал, что сюда? Хорошо. Ну что-то светится, надо туда.
Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. He felt wrong, and it wasn't just the smell of stale booze. It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, the look in his eyes when he wanted answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was all he'd say.
Ясно. Мыши.
Hello? The most stubborn man I've ever met. Alice? Alice? Alan, I'm so afraid. Keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
Кому с кем?
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me.
Так, тут что-то есть. Что спрятано? Так, это мне пригодится. Неплохо. Динамит. А, фальшфейер. Просто большой пачкой. Воу. Спокойно. Зря фальшфейер, конечно, потратил. Фальшфейер. Или фальшфлеер. Как он правильно? Не написано. Не помню. Неважно.
The pipe wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again.
Cool.
I could see a railway bridge up ahead and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Ладно. Что? Слышали такой вздох? Обычно такой вздох. А, все. Когда наводишь на такие надписи. Я уже привык к этому. А еще я постоянно вижу вот эти красные бочки, мне хочется по ним выстрелить, но я понимаю, что это не то. Но они прям выделяются на фоне остального. Воу. Вот о чем речь. Ау. Я понял. Ау, я как будто с контролером, или не с контролером, с полтергейстом из сталкеров встретился только что. Да его там столько этого металлолома. Может, можно как-то предугадать, кто на тебя пойдет? Эти атаки. Скорее всего, да. Где? Где еще? Вряд ли это все. Капец. Валим. Да, их не надо. Ау. Блин, неприятное место, конечно. Ну ладно, я примерно понял. Что с ним делать? По идее, тогда с фальшфейером, да-ля-ля-ля. С вот этим вот можно неплохо от них защищаться, если там достаточно разок пшикнуть в них светом, чтобы она остановилась.
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me.
Интереснее.
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them
новый
fun.
фонарик.
This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Прикольно. Я вот и думал, дадут ли мне более крутой фонарик. А то, ну, оружие дают все мощнее и мощнее, а вот фонарик довольно слабым ощущался. Интересно, насколько этот хорош. Он, наверное, быстрее тратит батарейки. Но это не точно. Нет, он просто... Он наоборот как будто дольше держит заряд. Если он не быстрее их выжигает, он дольше работает. Что-то нам в стену ушел. Бедняга. Ну, а с другой стороны, больший заряд, это тоже хорошо. Ау. Ах, я не успел. Не успел ни перезарядить, ни выйти из анимации перезарядки, чтобы увернуться. Ничего не успел, короче. Что? А, ну, то же самое. На свету ты можешь их ранить. Надпись. Опять страшилки.
Covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition, but you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derleth.
Well, I guess that's the least I... What would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss.
What did you...
Oh, Mr. Derleth, flesh. Your body shall host his 1,000 young, and all shall be glory. Shh, darling, be calm. Shh.
Alvin Derleth learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit. In Night Springs.
Ого. Прикольно.
The darkness surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
Судя по запискам, уже скоро, ну, город. Воу-воу-воу-воу. Капец, что происходит? Тихо. Задний ход. Внезапно. Он своих же сбивает. Ох ты ж. Ачивка Heavy Metal. Все? Окей. Ну, интересно. Необычно, я бы сказал. И внезапно. И потом что-то еще. Бульдозер одержимый. Это что вообще такое? Максимум. Реально арена с боссом, потому что вот эти emergency шкафчики, ну типа вот здесь. Почему? Очень нелогичное размещение. Даже вон там, вот на этом, на контейнере странно выглядит. Ладно, я молчу, мне дали лут. Кто я такой, чтобы жаловаться на то, что мне дают лут? А так, ну конечно, блин, в survival хоррорах стараешься экономить.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now. Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
Что не будет, типа, эпизод такой-то? Нам можно будет ехать? Кайф. Если бы я случайно не тыкнулся сюда, я бы и бежал.
Without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the dark presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity.
Я подумал, вдруг там что-то спрятано. Я помню, я Резидент проходил. Второй ремейк. У меня там столько патронов, лечилок накопилось в ящике. Но это потому что игра классная. Домик.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass. Not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now, because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges. I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note, I'll be talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, a little music.
Окей. Надо столько музыки. Себя. Я, кстати, помню, был момент, когда Алана Вейка из Стима убирали, потому что у них лицензии музыкальные закончились. Ну, теперь понимаю почему, потому что тут много хорошей музыки. Что она как-то еле едет. Вышки, у меня вот такие вышки постоянно флешбеки вызывают о лондарке.
Welcome back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that tune. Now, Doc, you were talking about life and finding that special someone, that soulmate.
Well, you were talking about that. I was saying I don't buy it.
Well, see, to me that's strange because I always pegged you as a hopeless romantic.
You got me there, Pat. But I think love's where you look for it. And you do a lot of looking, sure. But the idea that there's that one special person out there for you, and if you miss that chance, it's gone forever and you're forever incomplete. I mean, isn't that depressing? Or, heck, childish even? There's plenty of fish in the sea.
And apparently a fisherman has a fishing analogy for everything, but what you're saying, isn't that a little harsh?
Well, no. What I am saying is that your potential for finding that connection isn't limited to what's essentially a chance encounter. How is that harsh?
Yeah, well, I guess that's a nice thought, but let me say something personal here.
Okay.
Now, well, I don't disagree with you exactly, but I can't really fit that together with what I feel, what I felt for someone, because she was the one. She was. And I let her drift away from me. Maybe I didn't put in the work, I don't know, but, well, since then, and it was a long time ago, but since then there hasn't been anyone, not like her. And I'm not saying I dwell on her or haven't moved on. I like my life. I'm not living in the past, but I do miss the way she completed me.
You can't argue with the heart, Pat.
I'm sorry, folks. I had kind of a scary experience last night, and let's just say it's shaken a few things loose.
А он даже музыку не включил дальше. Ладно. О, на этой тоже можно поездить. Реально. Ну, добавляли целую кучу машин, чтобы ездить. Забавно. Это забавно. Учитывая, как бы, какая игра, что они это сделали. Причем они, ну, конечно, управляются довольно деревянно, но все равно. И у всех есть ключи. Да, чё бы нет. Ощущение, что я тут был в одной, ну, в прошлых главах.
For Mott, spying on the writer on the ferry had been a disappointment. His boss had made Wake out to be something special, but Mott hadn't been impressed. He'd gotten a good long look at the wife, though, and he liked what he saw. Mott had fantasized about goading Wake into a fight, but it hadn't happened. Still, he'd get his chance to see if the writer had anything in him. He'd been promised as much.
Чего? Что это за лестницы а-ля Третий Ведьмак корявые? Интересно, они исправили лестницы в ремастере там некстгеновом Третьего Ведьмака? Потому что кто не знает, там Геральт нормально по лестницам не умеет ходить, он скатывается там с них и все такое. То есть я помню, мод ставил на то, чтобы это починить. Ну вот я знаю, вот они туда моды ставили. И вот поставили ли они этот мод, или они забили на это. Просто понимаешь, когда ты ставишь сам моды, да, ты можешь понять, что с чем работает и все такое. Когда за тебя уже сделали сборку, какой-то еще мод добавить уже становится большей проблемой. Потому что там уже куча всего, с чем у тебя будет конфликтовать мод. Ну, с чем у тебя может конфликтовать мод.
Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good.
Кстати, насчет модов, я все-таки доволен, что я решил первое прохождение без модов в Baldur's Gate сделать. Потому что, насколько я знаю, если ставишь моды, лаунчер это детектит, и тебе не начисляются ачивки в Steam. Хотя там есть одна ачивка, которая у меня почему-то не работает. Там есть ачивка типа поиграть со шкрябом в апорт. Да. Но я сколько бы не играл, мне не дает ачивку за то, что я с ним играю в мячик.
Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna.
Придется в следующем прохождении ее получать.
Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. the bastard never showed
Есть
up.
мод, который лочит ачивки с модами. Забавно. Мыши.
Where the hell are you?
Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around by
You
you.
want to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello! Ah! I'm gonna kill him.
I had to get to Mirror Peak.
Я понял, выпустите. Воу! Какого?
It was close. Maybe closer than ever before.
Какого? Я понял. Ну, я думаю, к моему второму прохождению Baldur's Gate выйдет большая часть патчей, и я смогу спокойно с модами играть. Пока что жду NVIDIA. Я знаю, что ты здесь. Почему-то только сейчас высветилось. Вот, пока что ждем с 21 числа, говорят, там какой-то крупный патч выйдет.
When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant, and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
Воу! Я вас понял. Пистолет бы еще получше найти. А то этот по одному патрону заряжается, это, конечно, и прикольно, и не прикольно. Интересно, будет ли что-то. Воу. Ни одного одержимые в спортивных костюмах вот эти вот полосками по бокам смешат. Гопники такие пришли меня трусить. Так. Показалось. Показалось, что там фаеры лежали. Внутри, да. красота. Ну, там еще что-то есть. Надо ждать, пока прыгнет. Ау. Он после прыжка долго в себя приходил.
What the hell?
Не понял. О.
The only
Надо
way to reach the
отключить.
hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
Я сейчас себя чувствую этим Уиллом Смитом из фильма «Я легенда». Он там по полю носился и давил зараженных. Ау. Тут баллоны взрываются, я не знал. Кстати, УАЗик не особо отличается по управлению от УАЗика из пабга какого-нибудь. Да, выключать свет — это не самая, конечно, такая прям хорошая идея, я думаю. О. Вот это я вылетел неудачно, конечно. Валим. Просто валим оттуда. Блин, тишина такая сразу. Слышите? Воу. Бензопила? Короче. Нечего мне с вами возиться так долго. Шаги до сих пор. Неприятно. Так, нормально. Ну, мелочь, она не так страшна. Ни дверь никому в темноте. О. А вот куда? Я вижу кофе. Хорошо. Шаги, конечно, здесь. Следуй.
Some of the Taken retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these puppets were enough for the purposes of the dark presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him.
Что за крепота? Это читать, как он сам это написал, я понимаю. Ёлочка. Ладно. Окей. Чего?
There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
Он постоянно пытается построить догадки, что кто-то ему помогает специально. Ну, может, так и есть, я как бы не спорю. Мне вот эта черная жижа напоминает мутонов из спрея. Или как они там назывались? Или мимики, блин, что-то на М. Там мелкие монстрики, которые превращались во всякое. И такой тоже черной жижи. Ладно. Не, самый стрёмный пока момент был. Это когда у меня ресурсов очень мало было. Это когда мы к похитителю шли, вот. И нам типа надо было отбиваться, короче, от всех. При том, что... Короче, мы светили, а он стрелял. Вот тогда было... крипово. Пока что в целом терпимо. Ау. Черт, не увидел. Ладно. Вот сейчас патроны закончатся, будет весело. Вот это особо нет. Это прям возможности от них убежать, потому что они тебя очень быстро догоняют на самом деле. Если их не слепить, а крутиться и вертеться постоянно у тебя не получается.
I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
Что это было? Так, нам направо, да? Давайте сюда сходим, тут на отметке. Twin Peaks, Mirror Peaks. Я, кстати, Twin Peaks не смотрел. Слышал, вроде неплохой сериал. Это ж сериал? Никому не верь в темноте. Да ё-моё. Блин, это слоумо из этого, из ремейка третьего Resident Evil. Это идеальное уклонение делаешь. Окей. Блин, патронов в пистолете 2. Как-то я коряво пошел, но местная физика мне позволила. Я его забрал. Я серьезно его забрал. Я и не знаю, как это работает, но как бы я сломал игру, как обычно.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Помповое ружье. Помповое — это хорошо. Я после второй РДР еще больше полюбил помповое ружье. Я там, блин, готов был любую задачу с ним делать. Убить двух одержимых одним выстрелом. Надеюсь, я не зря сюда пошел, тратя ресурсы. Убить 100 одержимых из револьвера. Ага. Ачивки, ачивки. Не то чтобы я фанат ачивок, но с другой стороны не поделать. Блин, я думал, я иду неправильным путем, а оказывается правильным. Значит, надо вернуться и посмотреть, что здесь. Воу-воу-воу. Я их бормотание услышал. И оно мне не понравилось. Это мне не получается их ваншотать с дробовика. Если оно того стоит. Ладно. Боеприпасы для ракетницы. О, к ракетнице это имба. Этого стоило. Валим. И, кстати, пока ты на них не светишь, они еще и ускоряются, поэтому да. К слову о том, почему от них сложно убежать вот так. Ясно. Убить 4 одержимых одной световой гранатой. Ладно. Ачивки просто посыпались тут. Тут столько врагов, что они прям одна за одной. Ну что, я зря копил ресурсы.
Dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
Что за кладбище? Ох ты ж ё-моё. Где? Давно не виделись, да? Ага, попался. Который кусался. Неприятные ребята вот. В целом, не то чтобы они там сильно сложные, но по поведению мне как-то крипово.
The place was dead, a ghost
Дело
town.
иметь.
Had been for decades, maybe a century.
Ну, для столетия он неплохо так сохранился. Они здесь. Ачивка. Ачивочки. Их прям очень много кто посыпалось.
Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight, something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
О, кофе. Жалко, она ничего не дает, это кофе. Хоть бы немножко, не знаю, там ХП увеличивала или типа того. Это как-то не особо. Блин, этот рывок. Почти готов. Надо почаще перезаряжать батарейки вручную. Я постоянно жалею и жду, пока она восстановится сама. Что-то как-то слабо хилюсь. И свет довольно слабый. Прикольно, что вот этот вот вагончик тоже двигается от попадания. Помогает почувствовать вес того, что в тебя летит. Капец. Я так понял, мне в ту дверь. Понял. Теперь мне точно в ту дверь. Там последняя ачивка была разобраться с первым паровым двигателем. Видимо, это был местный босс. Ах ты ж.
Anything outside of writing is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
Ясненько. Блин. Ладно, возьму, потому что из охотничьего ружья проще попасть, и оно ваншотит слабых. То есть он по мощности примерно как дробовик, только с него сложнее промахнуться. Капец. Происходит.
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
Так, мне туда. Чё-то вы фигово как-то спрятали, а. Где прошлые разы на меня нападали после того, как я лутал подобное. Но, видимо, не сейчас. Не, в целом у нас неплохо так по ресурсам. Я думаю, любой босс-файт мы должны пережить.
Birds.
Воу-воу-воу-воу-воу. Опасно. Ух, ладно, отбились. О, ты ж ёмно. Как будто в амнезию вернулся. Или нет, не в амнезию, а в... Как там от разработчиков амнезии этот другая игра на П... Забыл. Пенумбра, во. Вот, как будто я в Пенумбру вернулся. Туннели идут к Cauldron Lake. Cauldron озеро. Голос как будто оттуда. Оттуда.
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain.
О. Я думал, мне сюда не надо. Потому что я на голос пошел.
Alice?
О.
I'm losing it. I gotta get out of here.
Отсюда?
The hunters were big, thick-set men, confident and at home in the woods. They were feeling good, running on beer and ghost stories and camaraderie late into the night. It did them no good, as they were taken by the dark presence, sucked deep into a darkness far worse than any ghost story they ever told or heard. I'm losing it. I gotta get out of here.
Я должен был проверить. Выглядело так, как будто я должен туда нырнуть. Ну, отчасти. Вдруг бы я какую-нибудь секретную концовку бы нашел или еще что-то. Ладно. Спокойно. Так, ну сейчас начнется, да? Мне так прям насыпают его.
Even behind the closed doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel, Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him, the unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. Please, he thought, just let me get through this.
Интересно. Адекватность у этого федерала, что ли? Я вас понял. Ау! Спокойно. Я так и думал. Еще будут? Все выглядит так, как будто бой закончился, что как будто я всех победил. Но... Мужик. Ты серьезно? Пусть там и сидит. Не хочу на него тратить патроны. Я думал, мне показалось, что я слышу шаги, но это как бы что? Нет хода. Я думаю, к тому времени, как он оттуда выберется, меня уже давно не будет в этой шахте. Я надеюсь на это.
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Ну, допустим. О! Чуть не упал. А это что за лестница тогда? И зачем это здесь? Я не понял. А, наверное, чтобы я поднял выше и там перепрыгнул. Все, я понял. Ну да. Мне в какой-то момент показалось, что у одержимых, короче, не кидают свой ножик или что там, топор, а потом идут, поднимают его, бегут дальше. Я такой, о, ничего себе. А потом оказалось, что это не так. И они у них, типа, бесконечны, как будто. А, я понял, еще выше поднять надо. Ау. Блин, аж глазам больно стало. От того, как резко камеру. Как кузнеца, да, видимо, да. Но было бы прикольно, если бы они, то есть, поднять свое оружие. Ну, типа, кинули там одно-два оружия, потом пытались бы их поднять. А так это немного, ну, конечно, нереалистично выглядит. Ну да ладно. Не наверх или вниз? На смотровую платформу, значит наверх. Хотя... Интересно, конечно, выход. О! Это внезапно. Я аж что-то испугался этого рыка. Тор? Тор.
Lightning flashed behind the windows of Cauldron Lake Lodge. Tor Anderson laughed and held the steel hammer above his head. Nurse Sinclair was trying to calm him down without success. Tor grinned madly and shouted, "My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Molnir, wench." He brought the hammer down with all his might on Sinclair's head. "We're on a comeback tour, baby."
Серьезно. Мьёльнир. Ладно. Интересно, вороны улетели, я их разогнал.
Great. Another cable car. Just great.
Ну да, в прошлый раз не очень удачно получилось. Да, блин, ну как я должен снизу увидеть их? Воу, воу, воу. Спокойно. Нормально. Почти идеальная посадка. Воу, у меня 8 ракетниц. Ничего себе. Немного перебор, но как-то много не мало, да. Воу. Пипец, чуть меня не придавило. Я уже хотел зашифтить, короче, до этой штуки. Так, ну ок. Вау. Ладно, пойдем. Ружье классное. Типа, если попал, то попал. А не так, как с дробовиком. То ваншотну, то не ваншотну. И не понимаешь, в чем, блин, прикол. Это я, если что, до фонаря дошел, и они исчезли. Это нормально для этой игры. Давай, 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 побыстрее пройдем, и все будет хорошо. Главное вниз не смотреть. Чё, блин, серьезно? Ок. Все только вперед. Только вперед. Вот и пригодились ракетницы. О. Yes. Еще ракетница. Я потратил 2 выстрела, мне еще 2 дали. Кайф.
Maud had checked all of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the
Наверное,
Wakes.
это
It was
последняя
dark when they
глава на
found their car
сегодня.
parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
Что-то я уже сижу, зеваю. Ну, не потому что игра скучная, но просто поздно уже. Скажу так, не хочется, чтобы из-за сонливости как-то впечатления от игры притуплялись. Вот, выкрутился. Эти сущности с ДБД чем-то походят на то, что его тут кошмарят, мне кажется. А, ТЗ. А, ЦВ. ТЗ. Том, I miss you, Tom. Talk to me on TV. Том. Стоп, меня вот этими надписями вел не Том. Я думал, это Том. Меня его возлюбленная. О, то есть меня вот эта вот бабулька вела все время. Это ее рук дело. Вот эти надписи. Серьезно? Или я чего-то не понял? Или это ее... Или это она, а ее захватила эта сущность тогда? Так. Уже интересно, конечно. Ты типа всю игру надеешься на вот эти надписи. И веришь им, а тут... Что-то я уже сомневаюсь, стоит ли. Ау. Я слышу голоса. И это не потому, что я сонный. Вообще было очевидно, что эта штука обвалится, судя по трещинам. Но я не знал, как правильно обойти, поэтому пошел. Просто пошел. И будь что будет. Я помню про это кофе. Я его видел с той стороны, да.
could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat.
Да, какие? Кстати, вдалеке видно, это...
I had to get there fast.
Или поместье, или что? Почему его видели с того острова в начале игры?
I tried to hold on to Alice, but her form melted away. I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place. I wanted to hit him, but my arms were jelly. He smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
Так, что там происходит в этих записках? В смысле?
Wait, that you? Wait. Hey, I'm here. I'm coming. No, get away. Sorry. Please, lady. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know. We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned. We just said we had her to make him play ball. You see? To get him writing for us. Please. Please. Oh. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me.
Ух ты ж, ё-моё. Мы... По-моему, это было в одной из записок. Когда похитителя сущность схватила. Ого. Да. Ну, конечно, остановили на самом интересном, да. Музыка прикольная.
Previously on Alan Wake, I'm hunted by the law.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase. Are you seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Alan, shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice. There you go, Alan. Hartman, I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient in my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you lie.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
Капец. Ладно, давайте на этом остановимся. Ладненько. В целом неплохо. Не знаю, сколько тут глав. Вот. Но 3 мы прошли. До 4 добрались. В целом довольно все интересно. Может быть, на следующем стриме уже это пройдем. Я завтра вполне возможно смогу пораньше начать. И, может быть, допройдем. А может быть, еще главы 3-4 пройдем. Как минимум. Посмотрим. Спасибо, что смотрели. Да. Подписывайтесь, все такое. Ютубы, твичи, дискорд и прочее. Доброй ночи. И увидимся. И что завтра. Пока-пока.